2 decades of severe weather experience here for you when it counts. This is Doc Deason's Weather, live now.
Hi, everybody. It is coming up on 8:54. We've got a tornado warning now in place for folks in the eastern Henderson County, northwestern Anderson County. That's going to run until 9:30 tonight. We've been watching the storms for the past couple of hours. Things have been pretty quiet across our neck of the woods, at least. But as we go into the next several hours, the tornado watch box was issued here earlier this hour, and that has allowed for things to kind of begin to get ramped up across our neck of the woods. Big storms back out across DFW earlier on, and those continue to kind of migrate in our general direction, and things are playing out somewhat as we would expect. Let's take a look at the radar here. We'll work our way in here closer to the storm that's prompted the warning, and we'll do that. See if we can scoot in here a little bit tighter. The mains, there's a pocket of circulation back down here in northwestern Anderson County, extreme northwestern Anderson County, and right there along the Anderson and Henderson County line right now. So we've got a pocket there, and I think that is really what prompted the warning. And then the folks who are with us back off to the west, southwest, another storm there near Fairfield has also got that area along I-45 under tornado warning as well. I haven't seen anything as far as sightings or anything of that nature. It's obviously going to be tough sledding from a spotting standpoint here through the evening hours with limited light. Really, at this point, you're left with needing to rely on what you have from lightning, and unfortunately, any power flashes and things like that, which can cause issues. But give at least some indications if something is on the ground. This stuff is going to be most likely pretty heavily shrouded in rainfall, these tornadoes, if we do have anything out there tonight. So it's going to be difficult to spot. Even if we did have daylight, it would be pretty shrouded to start with. So keep that in mind if you are out and about tonight. The tornado watch box that we do have in place for all the area will run until at least 3 o'clock in the morning for the western or the central and eastern counties of East Texas. we'll pull in here and get a little bit more of an updated, broader look at what we have with storms right now. So here's Frankston, Coffee City, Moore Station up here. And then back to the southwest. Here's the storm back out near Fairfield. That's I-45 that runs kind of north-south. Corsicana's up here where the pointer's at. And as we go here through the evening hours, these storms are going to continue moving in kind of a northeasterly direction, and they're doing so at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So they're moving at a pretty good clip, and it won't take long if that stuff is southwest of you to get into your neck of the woods. So keep that forward speed in mind as we kind of keep eyes on this thing here for the next little bit. Back to the north, we do have kind of a messy looking mode of storms coming out of Kaufman County right now. This will be cutting over into Van Zandt County here shortly. Had been watching what looked like some pretty decent wind out of this thing earlier on. Weather Service has not opted to issue any kind of a warning for it yet, but it looked like it was producing some pretty decent wind just looking at the reflectivity on it. And so I would think at least probably 40 to 50 mile an hour winds coming into western Van Zandt County, kind of that southwestern Van Zandt County area in the next little bit. This will pass. The strongest of it will pass probably just south of Canton. But it is something that we want to be mindful of as this line here, which runs back up towards Wills Point and further to the north, back up towards Tawakoni and Lonoke, as this whole thing kind of runs from west to east across the area. And here's a look at the radar over the past hour or so. You can kind of see what I was talking about with how this line wants to kind of bow out a little bit there north of Gun Barrel City, but not quite as pronounced as it was here a few minutes back. But again, the main concern is going to be for this tornadic potential here over, we'll call it extreme northern Anderson County, and now getting into just south of Athens, into southern and south central parts of Henderson County here for the moment. Nothing in Tyler or Longview for the time being. We've had some light to moderate showers kind of running over the area off and on here for the past couple of hours, but they haven't produced anything of significance of yet. But again, we're still pretty early on in the game. And then the storm back down there near I-45, getting northeast of I-45 now, that's going to be crossing over into northwestern Anderson County here shortly. So that'll be an area that we want to watch. These folks who were down in that northwestern part of Anderson County near Cayuga and Bethel, that yard area, into that section of the county here as this thing comes across from southwest to northeast. A lot of folks dialing in on us tonight, so we're glad you're here. And howdy there, Heidi. Good to see you here tonight. A lot of folks concerned. We've been ramping this thing up throughout the day. We had an enhanced risk of severe weather going back a couple of days now, and then just after lunchtime, Storm Prediction Center went ahead and pulled the switch on the moderate risk, which we don't see too often. I think the last time we saw that was back in April of 2020. Since we had a moderate severe weather risk for our area, so it's been a while. So coming up on 9 o'clock now, tornado warning continues for folks in, we'll call it northern Anderson County and eastern Henderson County, really northwestern Anderson County and eastern Henderson County till 9:30. Weather Service watching for a tornado and potentially up to some quarter-sized hail. I think I may see a little bit of that hail there, just if it's going to be hail, it's going to be probably there just south of Murchison, just southwest of Brownsboro, anything in kind of that purplish shaded area there you see. That'll be the best option for some hail. And again, haven't been a ton of big hail reports as of yet, but that'll be something that we'll be watching for here as we go into the evening. The bigger hail concern was going to be with the storms that got going earlier on this afternoon, the ones that were able to kind of be out on their own. Kind of those runners, I guess, they kind of run out ahead of the main line, and it's going to be those storms which are going to be most potentially tornadic and also hailers. Those that can get out there and kind of do their thing without having to share any of the instability or any of the energy with the storms around them. When you start getting into things like these lines here and these large clusters, the hail potential usually ramps down, but there can be some embedded tornadoes within this line, and also some decent straight line winds within that as well. So the only warning that we do have, again, for northwestern Anderson County and kind of that south central, southeastern part of Henderson County, that would be a tornado warning. That's going to run again until 9:30. Let's see what we got here from a few folks. Yeah, I heard some thunder too, Kelly. I thought that's what I heard outside here just a while ago. Let's see. Weather Service says the tornado circulation has crossed into Henderson County. Anderson County is going to be removed from the warning here shortly, so they're going to pull. They're going to pull the that Anderson County pocket and leave Henderson County in the tornado warning until 9:30. But they are going to be watching. They are watching, I should say, this storm down here that is crossed I-45 that we were talking about. Weather Service is watching that and said they may end up needing to put another something in place for that storm, which is coming out of Freestone County right now, that near Fairfield. So that'll be something that we're going to watch. Folks asking about, let's see here, asking about Van, hailing in Murchison, Gene. Okay, very good to know. So we got a little bit of hail in Murchison. Not surprising. We talked about that here a second ago. It looked like that might be what was going on there. So good news here. Probably pretty small hail, I would think. About Van, Rachel, nothing doing in the Van area right now. Quiet. Some moderate rainfall, maybe a little bit of thunder here and there. But that's it, at least for the time being. The main storms, and as these things continue again to move in kind of that northwesterly or northeasterly direction, we'll be watching that. Seeing if these things can make a little bit more of a northerly turn. Looks like we have some additional showers trying to get going there between Van and Canton. So that's something to keep an eye on. There is a lot of juice in the atmosphere tonight. There was a lot of wind just off the surface. I was looking back around 6 o'clock this evening. You get up 1,000 feet, winds blowing 50 miles an hour. Over East Texas, and you get up, another few thousand feet higher, and you've got even stronger winds. And the winds are they're turning they go from the southeast at the surface into more of a southerly direction as you get aloft, more of a southwesterly direction as you get up a little bit higher. And so there's that turning that we see in the atmosphere, which is one of the things that you need for tornadic development. And obviously, the tornado watch indicates that we have that in place. So we'll look at the watch box here real fast. I think we can pull that up here. Let's see what we've got as far as that is concerned. There's the watch box. That's the old watch, actually. That was the one for this evening. We have a new watch box which has come out here, and it will include. We'll just pull it up here on my Twitter page. So the tornado watch box includes pretty much two of them. Include all of East Texas now. Includes Tyler, Longview, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, and all points to the west. Folks in Rains County, Hopkins County, Van Zandt, Henderson, Anderson County, you guys are under a watch officially until 10 o'clock tonight. But the remainder of the area goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. And so we've got that moving as it stands right now. And let's see what else we have here. Let's get back onto the radar real fast. And I'll tell you what, let's pull radar scope back up for a minute. New tornado warning coming now for north and central sections of Anderson County. see here. And Weather Service is going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Rains County, Van Zandt County as well. That'll go until 10 o'clock. Strong surge of wind moving into Van Zandt, so the new severe was issued for that burst of wind. Remember, we talked about that a second ago, how on the radar it looked like there was a little bit of wind earlier, how it was trying to bow out a little bit. So that is what the Weather Service is going to issue the severe thunderstorm warning for. That's not a tornado warning. That's just a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Zandt and Rains counties until 10 o'clock. Storm west of Canton moving northeast at 50, so we may have some penny-sized hail in there and 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially in there as well. So something to be mindful of in the Van Zandt County area. We'll get a little bit tighter on that, and that'll be for this right in here, this little area of wind. Be pretty strong right in there, I think. And there's that hail signature potentially right there along I-20 west of Canton. Rumbling in Van, Jennifer. All right. Yeah, it'll rumble a lot more before it's all said and done with the amount of lightning that I'm seeing in this thing here. Yeah, looks like Weather Service is issuing tornado warning now for Anderson County until 9:45. The thunderstorm near Fairfield Lake State Park moving northeast at 50. So northeast at 50. So let's pull this off. So they're thinking tornado and potential for some golf ball sized hail in that storm, which is going to clip Anderson County, northwestern Anderson County. So we'll take this and let's go northeast. 50 on that. So that'll put us in Blackfoot in about, let's say, 16 minutes. Springfield, 20 minutes. Bradford, about 21 minutes from now. So a lot of kind of rural sections of Anderson County here in this part of the county, but still something to be aware of there. With this thing coming right there, the heart of it is right there, kind of splitting the difference on the county line, on that northwestern Anderson County line right now. So this will pass a good ways north of Palestine. You'll see a good bit of lightning north of Palestine, but you are not going to see the worst of this. That'll pass off to the north and northwest of you for folks who are in Palestine. Yeah, Lori, you'll see a pretty good light show off to the north of you. So we're sitting at 9:10. We've got a couple of tornado warnings now active. Latest one, northwestern Anderson County. That'll run till 9:45. All these storms are moving pretty fast, moving 45 to 50 miles an hour. So golf ball sized hail potentially, and that tornado with that storm coming out of Freestone County, going to cross northwest of Palestine. That's the one we're kind of Trying to keep an eye on here. This is the latest warning that's come out. So keep that in mind. And then the other storms that we're watching are the stuff back up here into Van Zandt County is more straight line winds. That's going to be for, I think, what's happening right in this pocket. Probably just on the west side or in Canton now, let's say, but especially on the western and the northwest side of Canton. Wills Point, there's Highway 80, so you'll be kind of be watching this. It's going to come right across. Going to come right across Highway 80 here in the next little bit, but could be some hail there near Myrtle Springs. Probably not that big, but could be some hail there. Maybe pennies. Grant, so you're going to get a pretty good storm come through your area here in the next 20, 30 minutes. Hey, Wayne, thanks, bud. Hefty rainfall there near Athens or in Athens proper, Murchison. There's the tornado warning, which does not officially include the city of Athens. That takes it off to the south, just south and east of Athens right now. Moore Station, be mindful of that. You guys are inside the box or inside the polygon. So we'll get back into Tyler and Smith County real fast. A lot of folks asking questions about that. Nothing in the Tyler area proper or Longview that's concerning. Hey, Robin, thanks for checking in from Wisconsin. Appreciate that. Got folks in Emory. Okay. You're welcome, Zena. Good to see you on here tonight, ma'am. We get back up into Wood County. Folks asking about that. Alba, Quitman, Mineola, quiet. Some pretty decent thunder probably being heard there in the Alba area along 69. Grant Saline, you got some heavy rainfall there just north of you, and heavier stuff off to the west and southwest of you. Some pretty good wind in here all around, right around Canton, and rotating over towards Grant Saline here in the next little bit. Trying to look at some velocity stuff real fast on this thing near Athens. Pretty good wind in there. I don't see as much rotation necessarily. Hey, Amy, thanks for checking in. Yeah, pretty good wind there south of Athens in this pocket here. I don't see as much rotation in there as we have seen with some of these others earlier in the evening. So that's good. Heavy rain in Canton. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks for being with us tonight. All right. So that's some hefty wind there, though. See what I was talking about with that wind near Canton, Myrtle Springs area? It's nothing rotating per se, just some really strong winds there. West side and north of Canton up towards Myrtle Springs. The radar's getting, decent height by the time it gets from the Fort Worth area out this far to the east, but that's still something to take note of. Probably getting a good 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour there. And some of the strongest stuff there near Myrtle Springs, and that's going to translate over. That's going to translate over towards Grand Saline. See how that's working its way northeast? So even though there's no tornado warning there, it doesn't take if it drops a pine tree down on your house, that's just, that could be just as problematic as if a tornado ran across. So don't underestimate the need to be in our safe spots here, especially there between Myrtle Springs and Grand Saline, and that'll eventually kind of get up there towards Alba to hold itself together. You're welcome, Sherry. Thanks for hanging in here with us. So let's see what we have from the some brief nickel-sized hail, Tennessee Colony. Weather Service is continuing their tornado warning for Anderson County. Storm capable of a tornado 13 miles northeast of Fairfield Lake State Park or 15 miles northwest of Palestine, moving northeast at 50. So they're going to hold on to that. Let's get back down here and see what we can see of that. It's going to be this thing down here. Not covering that up. Yeah, so I mean, there is some rotation in there. It doesn't look as pronounced as it did maybe a scan or two ago, but still something to watch. Again, a lot of rural sections of over this part of Anderson County. You're welcome, Story. Thanks. Been a while since we've done this. Hey, Angela, appreciate you. Yeah, I can hear a lot of thunder here in Tyler now. Weather Service in Fort Worth is going to extend that tornado watch. It was initially supposed to expire at 10 for the western counties, Hopkins, Rains, Van Zandt, Henderson, Anderson County. They were supposed to cut that one at 10. Said they're going to extend that now to 1 o'clock, which makes perfect sense. The rest of us are staying inside the tornado watch box, the one just to the east of it, until 3 o'clock in the morning. So let's look at a couple of things here while we have a second. Let's see. Thanks, Yogi. Let's see here if we can pull this up. There we go. All right. Some tornado safety tips just to kind of reorient us. It's been a while since we did this song and dance. So we'll centermost part of the building or the structure that you're in, you want to stay on the lowest floor of the building. As you move higher up inside of whatever structure you're in, the structure becomes a bit weaker. So we want to be on that bottom floor. Small interior closets or a small interior room is best. Bathtubs are nice. Tell the kids when we do school visits, don't do too many of those these days, but I do a couple every now and then, and we always tell them to hop in the bathtub, throw a blanket or a heavy comfort or something like that over the top of you. Good place to ride things out, and you've got 4 small walls on top of you or around you when you do that. So we want to avoid the windows. At all costs. That's the weakest part of any structure that we're in. We want to avoid large rooms too. If you've got gymnasiums, things like that. I saw some pictures earlier from a tornado that hit down in Central Texas. It hit a high school, and just the picture that I saw was of the gymnasium that just wrecked the place. So we want to avoid those large open rooms, auditoriums, things like that. We don't want to seek shelter if you're in a vehicle. You sure don't want to get underneath an overpass. Some folks think that's a good spot to get to. That is not a good spot to be landing in. Vehicles are obviously not a good option. Mobile homes, we want to evacuate those. This is a good time to get to know a neighbor who has a site-built home or some kind of a building where you can get into that's going to be a little more fortified. Doesn't take as much wind as you might think to roll some of our manufactured homes, so we obviously want to be mindful of that. And of course, I know it's evening time. A lot of folks getting ready for bed. If we got a tornado warning issued for your area, want to have our shoes on. What you don't want to do is have to walk through an area with broken glass and bare feet. So, and preferably closed-toed shoes at that. Tennis shoes, something where we can kind of give ourselves a little bit of protection in a dark space with potential for debris and things like that. We want to be mindful of that and just use common sense type stuff when you're trying to prep and ahead of this stuff. Grab you a flashlight. Get your phone charged, things like that. When we have to call out your particular area, whether that be for a tornado warning or for even a strong, severe thunderstorm warning. Still have plenty of damage from some straight line winds. Doesn't take a tornado to, like I said, pull a tree or two down and really make a bad end of the day. Let's see here. Weather Service is some brief small hail near Wilson. That's Farmer Market 485. Let's see here. Let's get back over into some other rooms real fast. Just a lot of lightning and some rumbles of thunder here in Tyler right now. So that is good. Still a good amount of wind in that storm there south of Murchison. And it looks like some of that wind trying to pick up. See that 75 pixel there southeast of Murchison, and some additional stronger winds in here. I don't know why it is blanking out on me there. I do. All right. So yeah, we got some pretty strong wind in this pocket here due south of Murchison. That's going to be east of Athens and south of Murchison. That's going to rotate up. It's going to rotate up towards Brownsboro. I'm betting. Let's put it in motion and see. Yeah, see what I'm talking about there? So if you're in Brownsboro now, you don't have much going on, but you will have something cooking here in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. So be hunkered down there, Brownsboro. You are inside that tornado warning. So let's see here. Fort Worth's going to issue a tornado warning for Henderson and Van Zant counties until 9:45. Tornado was located near Brownsboro, or 13 miles northeast of Athens. That's what we were just looking at right here. Okay, so weather radios are starting to go off now. If you've got one at your house or on you, you're going to hear the alerts going out now. So this is what we were just talking about. Let me print this. All right, so this is southeastern Van Zant, northeastern Henderson County till 9:45. Tornado warning, tornado and $50 hail. Storm located near Brownsboro, or 13 miles northeast of Athens. It's moving northeast at 50. So we need to be in our safe spot, folks. There, southwest of Brownsboro, Brownsboro proper. This will stretch over to Edom and kind of clip that southeastern part of Van Zant County. The polygon does, it looks like, barely include the city of Van, but it's on the edge of the warning. But still, a warning is a warning. So again, new tornado warning now. That's going to be for southeastern Van Zant County, southeastern Van Zant County, northeastern Henderson County till 9:45. This storm here near Brownsboro, southwest of Brownsboro, moving northeast at 50. So let's take this off here for just a minute. And let's see here. Get a little bit tighter on this. Let's take this. It's going to be about here. Storm track. Again, we've still got this hefty wind going on up towards Grand Saline. This is the same we were talking about earlier, how it's going to translate kind of to the northeast, how that better wind is going to do that. You can see that that's going to sweep right in towards Alba. Um, Emory, you'll get some pretty good wind out of this as well. But the immediate strongest of the wind is going to be right there along Highway 80, there near Grand Saline. And this is not a tornado. This is just straight line winds, but it's going to be plenty of wind to cause some issues there. I bet you're getting at least 55 to 60 miles an hour out of that. Just keep that in mind. Gordon's got a light rain starting on the north side of Lake Quitman. Thank you, brother. So a couple of storms here that we're kind of watching. Here's the looks like this thing is trying to show some better wind here. Just northwest side of Brownsboro right now. It's going to be, if there's anything in there, it's going to be Brownsboro back northwest. A mile or two north of Brownsboro. Blowing pretty good in Van, Victoria. Okay, I'm not surprised to hear that. So I think the thing we're going to keep the closest eye on is going to be this thing right in here, right near Edom, north of Brownsboro now. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it, man. So Victoria said it's blowing like crazy in Van. So that I bet it was here just a little bit ago. Still a good amount of wind up along Highway 80, Grand Saline, and north. Nothing tornadic there. That's just straight line winds. I don't see much going on really. Yeah, they just pulled the warning for a good piece of that Anderson County area. Or sorry, that Henderson County area. Trim some of that off. Still going to watch this little circulation down here in kind of rural northwestern Anderson County. There's Pointer. Got some broad rotation down here. Doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier on. Maybe a little bit of hail. It's a little confusing in here. The tornado watch boxes are kind of crossing each other and a lot of lines on the map. So we're at 9:31. And we're watching a couple of storms here. Watching this one over northwestern Anderson County, doesn't seem to be doing as much at the moment. There's still a tornado warning out for that. Much more impressive looking wind potential, and then probably if there's going to be anything of a tornadic nature, it's going to be, and we're starting to see some range folding here. It's going to be probably in this area here, but it's awfully muddy. Grand Saline, Barry, when do you know electricity in Grand Saline? Okay. Yeah, you guys in Grand Saline, you've got strong straight line winds. The Weather Service went ahead with this with a severe thunderstorm warning. Y'all are in that. You can make out the yellow box here. Goes from Edom back up through Grand Saline on up to Emory. It includes folks in Point, but that is going to be for straight line winds, probably. I'd say probably 55 to 60 mile an hour winds potentially in there, and again, that's gonna creep right over into Wood County, so Alba, technically over into the Shreveport office's jurisdiction, but they'll potentially be putting a warning out for that, I bet, as well. And there they go. Weather Service is going to go ahead with a severe thunderstorm warning for Camp, Franklin, Titus, Upshur, and Wood until 10:15 for 60 mile an hour winds, and they're going to do quarter sized hail. So they're going to just broad brush these things as they come across. You know, it's awfully muddy here. So let's go back. I'm going to take these watch boxes off too while we're at it. All right, so at least we got some of the lines off of the screen there. Took the tornado watch box off. Thanks, Kyle, man. Appreciate that report. Heavy rain and lightning in Lindale. Heavy rain coming down Mineola. Heavy hail in Ben Wheeler. Okay, JD. It's probably some of this right here. All right, so Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for northeastern Henderson County. So that's good. Thanks, Athena. Appreciate that. Thanks, Angela. Getting quiet in Edgewood. All right, Heather. Got some pretty good rain about to ease into Tyler here, too. Let's see. Yeah, Weather Service is going to go ahead with a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith and Gregg, Upshur and Wood. 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's for this thing we were just looking at. 60-mile-an-hour winds and up to quarter-inch hail, quarter-sized hail. So that'd be an inch in diameter. These things are really kind of starting to blossom. And they're able to kind of separate a little bit from some of these others, which gives them the ability to do a little bit more than they might otherwise be able to pull off if they were embedded within a larger complex. So that's something we'll be wanting to watch. But again, kind of a new broader brush severe thunderstorm warning. So that's going to include Gregg and Smith and Rusk and Upshur and Wood until 10:15. Yeah, quieting down in Canton. Yeah, you'll be really quiet now, Tracy. So there's what the latest warning looks like. It's going to be for this here and this guy here. Shelly's got heavy rain and thunder on 64 West. Thanks for that, Shelly. Appreciate it. If you have any reports of hail or anything like that, feel free to send that stuff my way. I'd love to have it. And we can pass that stuff along to the Weather Service. So we'll. So it looks like we're severe thunderstorm warnings with the exception of that storm down there in extreme northern Anderson County. All right, let's see here. So it looks like Houston Weather Service office is going with a tornado warning now for folks in Houston County. So that's kind of on our southwestern pocket of East Texas. We'll take a look at that here just in a second. It'll cover Grimes, northern Grimes, central Madison, and southwestern Houston County. They've had a lot of tornadic stuff down along I-30, I-35, and either side of 35 and 45. The radar site at Killeen, I believe, got affected by a tornado earlier this evening. So they've had a lot of those down south. All right, so Weather Service is going to go with a new tornado warning for Henderson County until 10:15. Capable of producing a tornado 10 miles west of Frankston or 13 miles southeast of Athens, moving northeast at 50. So let's see here. Tornado and $50 sized hail, looks like. So let's look at what's going on there west of Frankston. Yeah, I would say that that would qualify. So many boxes popping up on my screen. So that's going to be this thing right down here. So that's going to be for this thing here, southwest of Pointer. I was in Pointer 2 days ago. I know they do have I saw the tornado siren in Pointer, actually, at least one of them. So this thing is going to be something we want to keep an eye on here. So let's keep that southeastern part of Henderson County. Let's keep an eye on that here for a bit. Some bad, hard to get some of this data to make much sense here, but southwest of Pointer, south and west of Pointer. So folks, Pointer, Moore Station, Chandler, we want to be watching this thing coming in out of the southwest. So it's going to run right through southwest to northeast, right through the eastern part of Henderson County. It'll stay east of Brownsboro. Sirens were going off in Pointer. Okay, I'm glad they were. Thanks for that, Jessica. That's good to know. All right, so we'll keep watching this thing, southeastern Henderson County. Keeping an eye on that. Maybe a little bit of hail back northwest of Pointer. You can almost make out the rotation in this thing. If you kind of You kind of make out a little bit of that on the reflectivity. It's kind of tough because we're right on the edge of these two radars, the Fort Worth radar and the Shreveport radar. Could be some Boeing here, east side of Lindale. Actually, it's probably going to be going more like this. Let's look at the radar loop and show. Yeah, this is going to be arcing from Lindale back to the northeast towards Holly Lake Ranch, Hawkins. Kristen, your dad's outside of Pointer? Okay. Yeah, this thing down here, we need to keep an eye on this thing here. If you'll notice, this storm does not have much it's having to share with. It's not having to really share with anybody else. It's going to have a lot of juice coming into it from the south. A lot of air coming in here, a lot of juicy air. This thing is separated. This storm on the tail end, these are the ones that you really want to watch for if all things being equal. So, this thing near Moore Station, that's going to rotate right up across central Smith County in the next 20, 30 minutes. So folks in southwestern Smith County need to be mindful of what's coming at you from the southwest. It's got a tornado warning on it. There's no tornado warning for Smith County, but there is a tornado warning for the immediate county to your southwest. And from the way this thing looks on radar to me, that's going to be something we need to be respectful of. A lot of noise in there. So it's hard to know for sure. Brendan Hard, Lindale, Alicia, thanks for that. Thanks, Ashley. Tell GFI for me. So we got 9:49. We got one tornado warning active right now, and a lot of other counties under severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado watch for the western counties of East Texas until 1 o'clock. We'll go till 3 o'clock for the rest of the area. That'll include Tyler, Longview, Lufkin. Hail on the north side of Lindale, Jimmy. Okay, thank you for that. Not surprised, probably northeast side of Lindale. A little bit of hail signature there. Hail and Swan. Okay, very good. That makes sense also. Starlet, that makes sense. That's probably what you saw right there. Looking like a little bit more hail potential down here in this storm near Moore Station, northwest of Pointer. Hey, thanks, George. Appreciate it, man. You know how it is, but it's just good to be able to hang out and not have to not have to worry about too much. Not much cooking south of Tyler or southeast of Tyler, I should say. Longview's quiet. You actually are not even in the warning for Gregg County of Longview. The warning kind of goes up just northwest of you. There's probably some better hail potential. Here's I 20. Up towards UT Health, going towards Winona. Wouldn't be surprised to hear some talk of some hail there. Let's see here. As far as Tyler goes, Jenny, heavy rain moving off to the northeast for the moment. But the thing we're going to want to watch is this guy down here in Henderson County who's making a good run to the northeast. So we're going to have to get this through before we take a breather. But it is slacking off in Tyler for sure right now. Active tornado warnings, Lauren. The only one right now is this one at Henderson County, east of Athens, southeast of Brownsboro, right there just west of Coffee City. Let's see what the velocity looks like on this now. Still hard to make much out. If there is something, it's going to probably be in that area northeast of Pointer, just west of Coffee City. Probably. Don't know unless we have eyes on it, though. And like I said, these things are going to have a lot of rain with them. So it's even if we had full blown daylight, it'd be hard to see a lot of this stuff because there's going to be so much rain shrouding them. So 9:55 right now. Let's see. Yeah. See how that's trying to come out a little bit more. Get on the other side of this range folding. Glad to be here, Angie. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, so folks in southwestern Smith County, noonday area, I want you to be very much on the guard here for this thing as it swings across out of southeastern Henderson County. All right, center of the storms near Moore Station. Um, let's pull out a little bit here. I think you can make out my general concern from this. Notice that track. Just going to run probably right north of noonday, maybe. Just barely. But it's definitely got some wind in there, and it looks like it's still got some pretty decent rotation. So don't be shocked. A lot of lightning there. Pointer. Thanks, Kristen. Appreciate that. Some pretty hefty wind there near Winona. Rotation at that. It's awfully high, though, using that Fort Worth radar by that point. Okay, Weather Services Shreveport is going to issue a tornado warning for Smith County. So that's going to be coming up here in a second, like we talked about. So that's gonna trigger a lot of things once that happens. So just be aware of that. It'll hit the weather radio here in a second, and okay, here's a tornado warning for Smith County, Wood, and Upshur County. Storm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles south of Hawkins or 10 miles northeast of Tyler, moving northeast at 40. So that's this thing here. Um, that's this storm here, southwest of Winona. So there's a lot of wind in there. And again, we're pretty darn high in the atmosphere by the time that radar beam gets over that part of Smith County. So it's hard to know fully what's going on there. Here comes the warning from Shreveport. I'm going to flip over to the Shreveport radar and see what we can make out on that. So that's what this looks like from the Shreveport radar. Little weak echo region there, southeast or southwest of Winona. That's pretty good wind in there. Can't take anything for granted on a night like tonight. So Haven't seen any reports of anything touching down. But this is going to arc up towards Big Sandy. So Big Sandy, Hawkins, you guys are in the polygon, and up into southwestern Upshur County there, southwest of Gilmer. That's it's definitely rotation and strong winds in there. So if you're with us in that near Winona, southwest of Winona, and between Winona and Big Sandy, let's exercise those tornado precautions right now, and that's going to involve lowest floor of the building or the structure that you're in. You want to be away from windows. You want to be preferably in a small interior room. We want to put as much distance between us and the danger outside as we can. So obviously the danger outside, the centermost part of the house, gives you the biggest stretch between you and where the problems are at. Bathtubs are good. Heavy blanket or a comforter, throw that over the top of you, hop in the tub, and you've got 4 walls right there around you. And to give you a good protection, obviously you want to stay away from and avoid any kind of windows. That glass is going to be the weakest part of the entire structure. Also, avoid large rooms. We had earlier a gymnasium down at a high school in Central Texas that looks like took a pretty direct hit from a tornado earlier on. So gymnasiums, big auditoriums, things like that. Not a lot of that going on at this hour of the night, obviously, but even larger rooms in your house, larger living rooms, anything with an expansive wall or expansive ceiling. If you can hone yourself into a smaller room, that's going to be a little bit safer spot to land in there. If you're in a vehicle, obviously that is not a good place to be with tornado, and we obviously do not want people doing anything underneath overpasses. Contrary to what some people have been led to believe over the years, those are not good places to be at. Mobile homes are also not a good place to be at. So hopefully by this point you've had enough time, enough lead up. We've been talking about severe weather for several days now to have yourself an alternate spot to be in. If you are in a mobile home or some kind of a manufactured home, that wind can get underneath those things. And even if you have some pretty good tie downs, I understand that. That's still, though, not going to give you the kind of protection that you would get from a traditional site-built home with a slab and the like. So hopefully you've got a place that you can head to for the next little bit. Shoes, obviously, this time of night, a lot of folks are home and pretty leisurely, but we need those closed-toed shoes on tonight in the event that something does impact you, whether it be straight-line winds bringing a tree down on the house or a tornado doing something that or worse. We need to have plenty of ability to maneuver around, and so we got to have shoes on. Helmets, nice for the kids. Whether that be a bike helmet, something like that. A lot more folks have helmets nowadays than they did when I was a kid. We didn't ride bikes with helmets, did we? We just kind of rolled down the street and took a chance at it. But nowadays, a lot of kids have got those bike helmets, and those make for a good thing to keep on them. If they get scared, put that on them and let them know we're going to be all right. But we are going to be here with you as long as we need to and walk you through this as best we can. Still good rotation in there and some pretty decent wind, anywhere from, you got a pixel there showing, over 100 miles an hour wind potentially there on the just due south side of Hawkins. That's, obviously that's enough in itself, but the thought of that and the circulation that we have in there could be problematic. All right, tornado warning now. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Coffee City. That's the one we were looking at earlier on. So this is a new tornado warning, and this one 14 miles southwest of Tyler, moving northeast at 35. So this storm is going to get a lot of attention from folks in the city of Tyler, big population center there. So we now have two tornado warnings, both of them for Smith County, different parts of the county. But this other one will come in here and the polygon will populate here just in a second. So we got the storm south of Hawkins, between Winona and Hawkins. That's one tornado warning. And then the new tornado warning, the newest one, does include, the polygon does include the city of Tyler. It's going to include White House, Flint, Noonday. Let's see here. Sorry about that. I was not paying attention to what we were looking at here. All right, so here are the tornado warnings we're talking about. Hawkins area, you've got your tornado warning. That storm there, about halfway between Winona and Hawkins now, moving northeast, so that puts it up between Hawkins and Big Sandy now. And then this thing coming into southwestern Smith County. Near noonday, we'll call it. Again, we're pretty darn high up by this point, so got hail in Chandler right now, Chris. Thanks for that. I'm not surprised. Probably south side of town. Yeah, if you're in the noonday area, I'd say from noonday along 155, west of 155, along and west of 155. Let's just call it like that. So again, we got a new tornado warning. This does include the city of Tyler. This will be for southwestern Smith County. This is the same storm that prompted the warning out of Henderson County earlier on. Yeah, if I'm in noonday, Alicia, I want to be in my safe spot here for the next probably 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, we want to be in that safe spot in the noonday area right now. If there's going to be something, if there's going to be something going on, I think it's going to be in this little pocket right here, right over noonday. All right. So we're east or west of, along 155, I should say. Thanks, Lee. Keep me in the loop. Looking at this what we call a correlation coefficient, um, in this bottom left-hand compartment here on the screen. Obviously, got a lot of wind there near noonday. Doesn't show up as good. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there now, a little bit better. So we got a lot of strong wind in this thing. If nothing else, there near noonday right now. If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be there near noonday, tracking northeast at about. I think we're looking at about probably 40 to 35 to 45 miles an hour is what we're looking at on that. So this one is not moving quite as fast as the other ones were. But this thing is moving right towards southwestern parts of the city of Tyler. So we need to be battening down the hatches there, southwestern part of Tyler, anywhere between noonday and Tyler, Toll 49 area, along 155. Yeah, southwest Tyler, you need to be getting in your safe spot right now. Got a friend of mine, a chaser, Michael Searcy, is keeping an eye on this thing. Doesn't see anything toward the ground quite yet, which is good in this storm here near noonday. So we got that. Yeah, you might do that. So let's look at that one. And I don't want to forget about our friends up in Hawkins area, too. So we'll be back on that here just in a second. This storm near north and east of Hawkins now, northeast of Big Sandy. If we've got anything in that, it's going to be right here southwest of Holly or southeast of Holly Lake Ranch. Tornado warning continues active for you guys as well. Have not seen any reports of touchdown from that either. Weather Service said the rotation on that on the storm back southwest of Tyler is trying to maybe tighten up a little bit more, which means it could be trying to produce something, but haven't seen anything on it yet. But again, these folks, this storm is going to be the one of the northeastern Smith County storm is going to be heading northeast. It'll probably pass just north and west of Gilmer, so keep that in mind. I mean, I'd still be in my safe spot if I'm in Gilmer. I would be in my safe spot here for the time being till we get this thing past you guys. So that'll be for folks in south and western parts of Upshur County. Weather Service is also blanketing Camp Cass, Franklin, Harrison, Morris, Red River, Smith, Titus, Upshur, and Wood with a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15. So we'll talk more about that here just in a second. But I want to keep an eye and get back on this storm here south of Tyler. So this, whatever there is going to be north of noonday now, between noonday and Tyler. So we're talking about this area right in here. So here's 155 as a good benchmark. So we're well west of 69, along and just northwest of 155. Thanks, Christy. Probably getting some hefty rain there. Really heavy rain there on the southwest side of Tyler. But then you notice just the southeast side of Tyler, dry as a bone. City of Tyler is now hitting the sirens. At least they are here in South Tyler. So if you are in southwest Tyler or central sections of Tyler, you need to be in your safe spot at this time, all right? Tornado warning for central Smith County. This storm looks better on radar than it did just a few minutes ago. If you've got family members, friends who might have hit the sack early tonight and they are in Tyler, southwest side of town, central part of town, even northeastern part of Tyler, we need to let them know what's going on. All right. Well, you need to give them a phone call, send them a text, do whatever you guys need to do to make that point of communication so we can get them up to speed on what's going on. All right. Tornado warning. This thing is going to come right across the city of Tyler. Whatever is there is going to pivot right across. It is 10:19, and we still we want to be in our absolute safe spots for now with tornado warning and this storm barreling down. Going to come right across Tyler from southwest to northeast. I have not yet had a report of a sighting, but we've got some hefty wind in there. If nothing else. Now, the beam is pretty high up by the time it gets to this position from Shreveport. We're looking at the Shreveport radar right now. But we'll talk 50 to, could be some 70-mile-an-hour winds in there. By the time the beam gets this high up, it's sampling an area well above the surface. So we can't take this as gospel, but it is still showing that rotational indication. So we want to pay attention, and we want to pay it a lot of respect. Looks like it's got some decent, it looks like it has some decent rotation on it just looking at the reflectivity product. Got some really low numbers here on this correlation coefficient. So maybe picking up something, maybe something, maybe nothing here. South, just due south of Tyler, west of 69. This correlation coefficient, what we're looking at with that is we're looking at anything that doesn't correlate to a raindrop or a hailstone, um, things that are not uh, of that kind of a nature. And so the correlation coefficient can give us an indication of that when we see a low number. See how we have a lot of 0.9s in here, and there's just a ton of 0.9s and some 0.8s, and then you have this little pixel right here just west of 69 drops down to a 0.4. So that the radar is telling us there that doesn't correlate to a raindrop or a hailstone. Now, what it is, I don't know. But when we're looking for areas where there could be some kind of tornado and some kind of debris, that's one of the things that we're looking at. That's one of the indicators that we're looking at on radar with some of these newer era Doppler products. We'll see if that holds on. Like I said, I don't know what that is, but I know where it is in relation to this other stuff. Could be a signal that something could have gotten picked up aloft. Looks like Tyler Pounds gusted to 53 knots here just a second ago. Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning for Smith County. Severe thunderstorm located near Tyler, moving northeast at 35. Strong winds here for sure. Not seeing quite as much now from that CC number, so that's good. And if there is something there, it is right over the heart of town. All right, as we talked about earlier, we want to be sure we're exercising those tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor of the building or the structure that you're in, away from windows. Centermost part of the house is best. Below ground is best, but most of us don't have a tornado shelter to get below ground with. So we do what we can in this kind of an environment. And that is going to be in that centermost part of the building. Bottom floor, if you got a multi-story one, you want to be on that bottom floor and put as much distance between you and that outside danger as possible. All right. I know the nighttime stuff is spooky. Sirens are going off again. I think they're just kind of cycling those in the city of Tyler. They can put those on in specific areas of town, or they can alert the entire town. And I'm glad to hear that they've got them going off in the Azalea district, because this is definitely a center part of the town kind of concern right now. This is a new scan here coming in. Looks like a little bit better, stronger winds there on the northeast side of town right now. Just northeast of downtown. All right, Weather Service is going to do a tornado warning now for Camp, Cass, Harrison, Marion, Morris, and Upshur County for that storm near Gilmer. We're going to hop off of the CC. Noonday, you guys are clear. White House, you're fine. You are not in the Polygon. Flint, you're clear. Folks in Winona, anybody up northeast of town along 155, 271 area, I should say, up towards UT Health Center. let's be mindful of that. Probably some pretty decent hail on the south and the central part of Tyler, north central part of town, just north of downtown, I would think. Maybe nickels to quarters, pennies to quarters, maybe. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Whereabouts? Okay. All right. East northeast. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and go ahead and dial. If you want to hit that link again, it should let you get in. I'll see it if you want to. Go ahead. I think it'll let you come on in. So, no worries. No worries. Okay. Yeah. Probably so. At this point, I would. Yeah. No problem. Yeah. And even if you want to just whatever you're seeing there is good. All right, man. Thank you, bud. All right. Bye bye. All right. Michael Searcy said he was noticing power flashes east northeast side of. He's out towards Train. Was looking at power flashes off to the northeast of him. So those of you who are in Tyler know where I'm talking about. If he's at Train, looking off kind of the to the north of that, that makes sense with what we were seeing here. All right, Michael, stand by, man. Michael, can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I'm with you, Doc. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. I got you on. I got you on live here. Tell me where you're at, what you're seeing, buddy.
Well, I just passed the train on 110 coming into Tyler, and for a few minutes beforehand, before I was able to jump in, there were definite east to northeast Tyler.
Okay.
But now I'm caught up in a little bit of rain, so it's going to be a little difficult to see. But I'm hoping that I can get back behind and caught up to this cell probably in the next few minutes.
Okay. So you saw some power flashes off to your east and northeast, you said?
Yeah, it would have been the east to northeast portion of Tyler, east northeast of downtown.
Okay. Yeah, that lines
That
up.
was about 5 to 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, that makes sense with what we were seeing earlier. Okay. Very good. I'm going to look at. I think we'll be able to have you up, and we'll be able to hear you while I'm looking at radar. We're going to try to do that at least. the best rotation is northeast of town now, heading up 271 up towards the health center and approaching Interstate 20 from the southwest. So there's still some pretty good wind in there. By the time we get the radar beam up this high, don't expect to see all of these numbers being able to translate down to the ground, but still strong. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds potentially, getting down to the ground at least out of that. So did want to pass that back along. Have you seen any damage or anything like that you can make out yet, Michael?
No, I'm still south of where I think that the potential funnel may have gone.
Okay. What's your location right now?
I'm passing the CBS 19 studios.
Okay, gotcha. You're by the bowling alley. I know where you're at now. Okay.
Yeah, just you probably couldn't catch it off my feed, but the water is starting to pond up pretty good on the roadways. So that may become a concern as this storm system.
Okay. I tell you what, I'm losing your signal here for a second. I'm going to get you to give me a call back here in a second when you get a little bit more stable on that, and I'll be looking for you. I want to hit this signature, this debris signature that Weather Service is seeing now southeast of Gilmer. So let's get back to the radar and take a look at that while we have a second here. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So we're here's Gilmer here. I'll put that on the, kind of center them up. You can make out a strong amount of rotation in here, due east of Gilmer now. And when we pull that all over, start to look in here. Yeah, notice on this correlation coefficient how we've got these numbers that are dropping back down again, dropping down below that 0.7 into these 0.5s and just some of these lower end numbers, indicating that the radar seems to be seeing something in that area that is not a raindrop or a hailstone. At least they were seeing that. I'm not sure, with the distance from the radar. Looks like the best rotation is just off to the northeast of that, but I can't discount this here on the southeast side of Gilmer. So tornado warning is in place for that. And this thing is going to be heading northeast up towards Ore City, probably just best of the rotation, maybe passing just west of Ore City. Maybe just west of Ore City. But you can notice how this thing sticks out down here. Now that radar data is a few minutes older than its counterparts on this top screen here. This radar timestamp is 1034. This radar timestamp is 1027. So it would stand to reason that there was some debris potentially being lofted back around 1027 when the storm was back to the south. So that's why there's the disparity between the two, between where the rotation is now and where the better debris signature was earlier. So, folks in the Ore City area, we want to be aware this thing is going to pass awfully close. If I'm on the northwest side of Ore City, on the west side of Ore City, I want to be in that safe spot right now for this thing here. Kind of see how it's wrapping up there. And then here's right behind it is the storm that came across Tyler, prompted the warning for Tyler. But the biggest of this stuff now is northeast of Tyler now. So we're back up to I-20. Tyler, you're good. Yeah, sheltering in Tyler. I think we're clear here now. Still some good strong wind in this thing. Along and south of Winona, along I-20. Let's see here. So yeah, City of Tyler, folks, you are you're a-okay at this point. The circulation has moved east and northeast of town, so we're good there. We do have some additional rain coming in on the backside of this, but nothing from a severe standpoint that's troubling to me, at least at the moment. Get back up to this storm between Ore City and Gilmer. Yeah, so Weather Services they're going with a confirmed tornado on this due to the debris signature that they were seeing earlier, and this is the hottest storm on the scope right now. Just looking at the winds and how they're all packed in there and concentrated. Looks like just west northwest of Ore City, it'll pass. If I'm in the center of Ore City or on especially the west side of that, I want to be in my safe spot for now. So Longview, you're fine. The two storms that have prompted warnings, both of them are going to pass well north and west of you guys. Thanks, Curtis. Appreciate you, man. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it, Jacob. It's a lot of wind there south of Winona, southeast of Winona along 20. Not as much rotation in there as there was. But still some pretty good wind. So if you got anybody driving on 20, it'll be a pretty good burst in there. Weather Services cleared that polygon out now and pushed that further downstream. So, as I said, folks in Tyler, you guys are clear. And again, while the warning does clip Gregg County, it does not include the city of Longview proper. Okay. I know Longview's not a really big county, or Gregg County is not a huge county to start with, but that is not. It's not going to include Longview proper. Clear is good, isn't it, Brittany? It is. This thing in Ore City, though, or just west side of Ore City, that's the one we got to be mindful of right now. All right, I want to hop back down here into the Crockett area real quick. Yeah, looks like they got that back up online. So Weather Service continues their tornado warning for this storm there between Grapeland and Crockett. Some strong winds in there. So they had earlier, it looked like a confirmed tornado near Crockett, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So while we were hustling around the ones in Smith County, we have this one here ongoing too down south. So this thing is going to continue tracking off to the northeast like the rest of them have been. And this thing is it's going to run. It's going to probably run a little bit north of Alto, but clip over into that Cherokee County area, western Cherokee County, southwestern Cherokee County here in the next little bit. So we're going to want to keep an eye on that as well. I don't have to tell the folks in Alto what we need to be doing now. The most impressive of the rotation, they're going to be between Grapeland, right around Latexo. Powers out in Ore City. Okay. So that's going to affect folks in Cherokee County here in the next little bit. Houston County. Tornado warning is for Houston County at the moment, and just Houston County. But Houston Weather Service office is calling this an observed, particularly dangerous situation here with this storm over Houston County. You're welcome, Carol. So unfortunately, lots to keep an eye on here. The Fort Hood radar actually had some problems earlier from a tornado that passed just south of it, and it was down for a little bit. We're using the Fort Hood scope for this to see this storm right now near Latexo. So again, significant concern. We're going to have to get off of this radar for some reason. It's not updating again. So that's can't be too surprised with what they had to deal with on this one earlier. But by the time the radar beam gets all the way up from the Houston site, we are shooting way high up into this thing, which I don't like to do, but that's all the options we have. So tornado warning for Houston County until 11 o'clock. This will be northern Houston County. This is well north of Crockett. Wish I could see that better. But what I do see is this thing tracking north and east. Let's take this off real fast. Tracking north and east. And you can make out that general trajectory towards southwestern Rusk County, or southwestern Cherokee County. So folks in Cherokee County, you need to be aware this thing's coming up off of the southwest. Has a confirmed tornado, at least has produced a confirmed tornado earlier. There are some chasers who are working that storm, it looks like. So let's be prepped for that in southern Cherokee County. All right. While we're talking about that, let's get back into our other storms that we've been watching here of late. That would be this thing north of Ore City, between Ore City and Lone Star. Kind of right there on the Marion County line. It's right there on the Marion County line, isn't it? So here's Ore City, Lone Star, Aventure, Hugh Springs. Harleton's down here to the southeast. All of these guys are moving northeast, anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour. So this thing's going to get into Cass County. The warning officially does include southwestern Cass County, but it looks like it's in no hurry to weaken. So that's going to probably precipitate another warning further downstream. And then what's left of the storm that came through Tyler is out near Gladewater now. Doesn't look as pronounced as it did earlier. You bet, Lauren. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that's still an impressive looking setup there, southeast of Lone Star. See if we can. If there's anything going on, it's going to be right in here. So that's due west or southwest of Avenger. Looks like Weather Service is going to put a new tornado warning out for Anderson County. That's going to be until, let's see here, 11:15. Tornado or storm capable of a tornado 9 miles northeast of Grapeland or 17 miles northeast of Crockett. Moving northeast at 40. Lots to look at. So that's going to be, man, that is a, so northeast of Grapeland. Yeah. It is just a clipping, that county, too. Yeah. Just the southeast corner of Anderson County is all that's going to be in that. And Weather Service is going to put a tornado warning out for Cherokee County, too, now for the same storm. So once that's done transmitting on the Tyler Noel Weather Radio and those folks down south towards Cherokee County, it's coming out now. So let's print that one up. So this will be a tornado warning for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk counties until 11:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles west of Morill or 17 miles south of Rusk, moving northeast at 45. So this storm does have a history of producing a tornado, as we talked about. All right, so let's talk to these folks in southern Cherokee County then, and that extreme southwestern tip of Anderson County. Here's where, if there is something, it's going to be right in here, southwest of Alto. All right. It's going to be a ton of rain in it. It's going to be nigh into impossible to see the thing. Probably right, potentially right in there. There's an awful lot of wind here on the southeast side of that. Hey, thanks, Greg. Appreciate it, man. We've got more heavy rain in Tyler, obviously, right now. Nothing severe in any of that. So just if that helps to calm some nerves. But did want to pass that along, too. So this storm that's coming out of Houston County is right there along the Houston, Anderson, Cherokee County line. For those of you who live in this area and know what I'm talking about, we're going to be watching for something in this general area here. Peggy, the sirens were going off in Longview. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, man. Stay safe. Let me know when you see something. Yeah. 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 I am as well. Okay, bud. Thanks. Let me know what you see. I'll be here. Thanks, Mike. All right, man. Michael Searcy, he's going to head down and take a look at this storm that's going to be coming across Cherokee County from Tyler. So this storm here continues to look It looks very impressive from the reflectivity standpoint on the left hand side of the screen, and on the right hand side of the screen, it's definitely got a lot of wind with it, and an area that is showing some weakened returns there, kind of where I've got that circled. Uh, so I think there's some rotation in there. Southwest of Alto looks like the best position for that. Again, we're really high up in the sky with this beam at this point coming out of Shreveport, but just the reflectivity alone still looks really really strong on it. It's going to be a ton of lightning, a ton of just a ton of lightning in there. So that will give people hopefully the ability to make heads or tails of what's going on at the surface. Um, from at least trying to spot something if there is something to be seen there. Trying to check some of these messages here real fast. Yeah, really raining hard here back in Tyler now. All right, we'll get back into this real quick. What's left of this tornado warning for that'll be Cass County, southwestern Cass County. Doesn't look, I mean, it looks impressive. If we hadn't seen what we saw earlier, this would be a really impressive looking storm, but we've seen quite a bit so far tonight. Best rotation on this is going to be north of Avenger, southeast of Hugh Springs. Crystal, I don't know if I can write you work notes for tomorrow or not. For keeping you up so late. My apologies. All right. Looks like they're going to go ahead and extend and issue another tornado warning for this Cass County storm now for that thing. Yeah, so they'll go Cass County till 11:45. Storm capable of a tornado near Hugh Springs or 23 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving northeast at 45. Let's see. 61.75 golf balls. Got this severe thunderstorm warning for Gregg County. So potential for up to golf ball sized hail on the storm stretching from East Mountain to near White Oak, moving northeast at 60. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and potentially up to golf ball sized hail. I don't see a lot of hail looking in that, but that wind potential is there. In any of these areas, any of these little pockets right in here, we want to watch as well for any kind of quick spin ups, tornadoes. Although this is just severe thunderstorm warning, that'll cover northwestern Harrison County, northern 3/4 of Gregg County, eastern Upshur County, and western Marion County right now. Back to the south, hefty rainfall there over the city of Tyler proper. This is just kind of blossoming now. Notice how these are starting to really blossom up from Tyler back to the south towards Bullard. And you got this big thing right here, southwest of Alto. Let's get back into this storm there near Alto real fast. Really raining hard here in Tyler. Looks like the best rotation is now out of Houston County. That's going to be pretty. Almost. We'll give it another minute or two. Cleared Anderson County out of that, so that's good. $11:15, the expiration time on the northeastern Houston County tornado warning. But this is quickly becoming much more of an issue for just Cherokee County. So if you're there in Cherokee County, west of Alto, west of 69, running from Alto back up to Rusk, that's where the peak of the danger is at right now. Pretty good lightning here in Tyler again. Let's get on the Shreveport radar real fast over here on Radar Omega. Put some more highways on here. Folks asking about Tyler. What we're seeing in Tyler is nothing severe at the moment. Just a hefty thunderstorm which is rolling through here. But it is getting people's attention for sure. Trying to get this off so we can see. Yeah, so Tyler right now, just moderate to heavy rainfall, some pretty good lightning. These storms are really developing kind of almost just really kind of developing down a line there from Tyler back to near Frankston. This area will probably all fill in the next little bit. Could be some pretty decent hail there, potentially near Moore Station. But the thunder is definitely getting people's attention. But looking at the velocity, doesn't present anywhere near where we would be concerned for now, at least. So I do want to hit that. Yeah, we'll need to keep the eye on the storms, Ashley, for the next several hours. Hailing in Gresham, Emily. Okay, thanks for that. Let me know if you have a size on that, please, ma'am. Yeah, sorry about that, Ashley. This thing down south into Cherokee County still um, looks impressive. I mean, there's definitely be something there um, near Alto, just north, potentially just north of Alto. Smith County is not under a tornado warning, Dipsy. No warnings for Smith County at this time. Tornado warning, though, continues for Cherokee County, southern Cherokee County. You can make that out. This is going to clip. It's going to clip northwestern, extreme northwestern Nacogdoches County. This will stay south of Jacksonville. Folks between Cushing and Recklaw, you'll probably thread the needle between there. Yeah, I know, Marva. Yeah, I know. That's an impressive looking supercell there over Cherokee County. Just that presentation alone on the reflectivity is very impressive. Lot of lightning. If there's going to be hail, it's going to be there south of Rusk, east of 69, north of Alto. Could be some pennies to maybe quarters in that. Be watching this thing down here towards Frankston, Coffee City area, Berryville. It's got some pretty decent, some broad rotation in that. Coffee City. Yeah, Weather Service is watching that storm. Um, they're watching. This is one we're going to keep an eye on here near Coffee City. Nothing as far as a warning on that yet. But this thing down here in Cherokee County, this is a really impressive looking storm, regardless of a tornadic signature or lack thereof. Uh, this is a really strong storm. So there'll be some hefty wind in there. It's going to run again right across northwestern Nacogdoches County. It'll get into southwestern parts of Rusk County. But before doing that, it's going to cross that that eastern Cherokee County. Yeah, Weather Service is seeing really broad rotation from that storm in Cherokee County here, like we were talking about. So, questionable on the ability for it to produce a tornado, but impressive nonetheless. Thanks, Casey. Glad we can help out. You bet, Sarah. So we're at 11:18. The tornado warning officially continues for Cherokee County. We'll want to pay this storm very good attention, although it doesn't present quite as well on radar as it did 25 minutes or so ago. But it is one that we want to keep our eye on. This is the one that produced sounds like a confirmed tornado back near Crockett earlier on. There were some chasers on that storm. Um, and they did have it as a confirmed tornado at one time. Back into Tyler, moderate to heavy rainfall stretching from just southwest of Gilmer right into and through the heart of Tyler, through the heart of Smith County, Winona. Heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning in there, maybe a little bit of hail. Let's pull this back. Maybe a little bit of hail there, north side of Tyler, along 271. And then we'll be watching this area down near Berryville, like we talked about earlier. The storm over Cass County, not as impressive as it was earlier from a tornado standpoint, but it's got a lot of wind. That's just a heck of a good straight line wind signature there from Douglasville back to just east of Linden, northeast of Linden. Yeah, it's going to blow right through Atlanta and Queen City. Domino. That's a good straight line wind signature right there. Could be a little bit of rotation back there due south of Douglasville, but more straight line wind than anything else. Hailing in Charnwood. Okay. Thanks, Shanna. Raining heavy here in Tyler. Let's see here if we can pull up my weather station at the office. So we've got we got a rain rate of over 3 inches an hour right now in Tyler. My office is on Old Jacksonville, about a mile or so inside the loop. I've got my little weather station on top of a building there at Robertson and Old Jacksonville. So about 6/10 of an inch for the day, but almost 3.25 inch rain rate an hour. That's a lot of rain in an hour. That's a big rain rate. We'll just say that. So that's interesting to see. I know it's coming out here at the house, and we're not too far from that. So we will, let's see here, close that. Let's see here. Weather Service continues their moderate risk at 11:21 now. It's 11:22. That was a close one. So the moderate risk continues to ease into southwestern Smith County, includes almost all of Cherokee County. They did that upgrade this afternoon, just after noon, and the enhanced risk area outside of that covering almost all of East Texas, and then the slight risk further north from that. You bet, Eva. Thanks for being here. So all of the warning signs, we tried to pass those along as best we could here for the past couple of days. Uh, Back onto the radar, though, real quick. Again, a lot of wind there. Going to push northeast through Cass County. Although the tornado warning is officially still in place, they're going to probably let that ride for a while. See what I mean about it trying to fill in from Tyler back to the southwest. It's a nice. These rain totals, they're gonna run in strips, in southwest to northeast strips. The heavier totals will kind of orient themselves that way when this is all said and done. But we sure need the rain. There's a screaming eagle there over. Let's look at this guy again on reflectivity and velocity. Really broad rotation in there, if you want to call it that, but doesn't look as impressive as it did a few minutes back, which is good. So the Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk counties until 11:45. Storm capable of a tornado near Sackle or 15 east of Rusk, moving northeast at 45. So they're looking in this area right in here. Alto, you're in the clear on that. You're outside the polygon. Reclaw, Sackle area. You guys are where the action, if there is some, is going to be. Rusk proper, Valerie, the warning has expired. The polygon is just east of Rusk. Watching from Sackler Lane. Okay, very good. Just want to be in that centermost part of the house there in Sackle, away from windows. Pretty good little wind starting to pop up here southwest of Cushing. That just kind of popped up. See that? This thing may be starting to cycle back up again. These storms will do that. They'll breathe and they'll exhale and inhale, and kind of go through a regenerative cycle. That may be what's going on here. We'll have to, only time will tell on that. But it would, the way that's positioned would make sense if we were going to see something. Now I feel like it's going to be a little bit more down in this area here, more southwest of Cushing. Helen in Palestine, Kristen. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I believe that. Get back on the Fort Worth radar real quick. Yeah, all right. So, Weather Service is going to issue a pretty broad severe thunderstorm warning for Gregg, Cass, Marion, Harrison, Rusk, Smith, Upshur, and Wood until 12:30 for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see here. All right, let's get back on the Shreveport radar and we'll look at this line here. So the warning covers a whole bunch of counties, basically from Bullard back through Noonday, Tyler, Winona, up to Gilmer, and over to Ore City. So basically, this area right in here. They're going to go ahead and issue for that. Again, up to quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially in there. Looks like the Weather Service is here and reports us of quite a bit of damage in the Gilmer area from that tornado warning storm from earlier on. So that's going to be something that that they'll be assessing here. That's not related to what's going on right now. That's what was in there earlier. But that is something that they're going to be working on here through the night. And obviously, the threat of lightning and heavy rain and everything else complicates that situation. But heavy rainfall, though, continuing into Tyler from noonday, the heaviest of it noonday, back northeast. Our storm over northwestern Nacogdoches and moving into extreme southwestern Rusk County, moving out of Cherokee County now. Doesn't appear as strong on radar as it did 15, 20 minutes ago. Still looks strong, but doesn't present as impressive as it was. Still some pretty good wind, though, man. It's a lot of wind on the southwest side of Cushing. So even if there's nothing tornadic there, you're going to have a strong bunch of wind coming right across the city of Cushing here shortly. So be prepped for that. Doesn't necessarily look tornadic. The rotation there is really broad, but still, like we talked about earlier on in the evening, 60, 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds coming across can pull a tree down just as easy as a small tornado, and you got problems regardless. Heavy rainfall, Tyler, back up north, northeast, maybe a little bit of hail along I-20. It'll be several miles east of 69, just south of I-20. If we're seeing anything at all, that's where that'll be. Pretty quiet though as you get up towards Franklin County, Titus County, Morris County, even Camp County. Really, not much going on in that neck of the woods tonight. So we all need the rain. The question has been, where was it going to set up at? Got some hail in Flint right now, Sandra. Thanks for that. What do we need to know in Laneville, Lisa? The storm right now doesn't look as impressive as it did um, earlier on, so that's the good news. There is still some pretty stout wind there near Cushing, but it's not. Doesn't appear to be as much in the way of rotation with it as we had earlier. So that's the good news. The tornado warning officially runs for southwestern Rusk County here for the next few minutes. We're going to run the warning officially till 11:45 for northwestern Nacogdoches and southwestern Rusk, and I mean Cherokee County. You're out of it. But we'll see if this thing tries to recycle. Understand, Ashley. This rain continues over Tyler. Nothing too exceptional out of it, although the severe thunderstorm warning is still there. But Looks like the line over to Smith County is weakened somewhat from what it was here just a few minutes back. Heavy rainfall, though, now Jacksonville area from just east of Elkhart back up through Jacksonville. Thanks, Bethany. Appreciate that. So let's see here. We got 11:40. And let's see. Thanks, Roseanne. Appreciate it. So Rusk County, this storm continues to migrate across. It's pretty much right along the Rusk-Nacogdoches County line now, southwest of Mount Enterprise. It doesn't present as impressively as it did 15, 20, 30 minutes ago or so, or at least it wasn't. Looks like it's starting to tighten up again, though. Just north side of Cushing, so there's Mount Enterprise. See how we've got these stronger winds here just north side of Cushing. That's impressive. Yeah, this thing is trying to recycle again. Again, when we're looking at these winds, we're looking at what's blowing towards the radar side in Shreveport in this case, and what's blowing away from the radar side in Shreveport right here. Red's blowing out, greens and these purplish blues are blowing in. So we can infer that we've got rotation when we see these things moving like that. So there would be, it stands to reason there would be, if there is a tornado, it's going to be probably on the north side of Cushing right now, if there's something there. So if I'm in Mount Enterprise, if I am really in that right along the Nacogdoches and Rusk County line, that's where the concern is growing, I think, for me at this point. This will pass well south of Henderson. Let's do this. So you got 2:59. And the Weather Service is issuing for something. Yeah, they're going to do a tornado warning for that. That makes sense. Tornado located near Sackle or 18 miles northwest of Nacogdoches, moving northeast at 35. So here's Sackle back over here. I think this thing is just east of Sackle now. So that's what we're seeing here. You'll see Sackle right there. So they're going northeast at 35 on that. Northeast at 35. We're talking Oak Flats in about 13 minutes, Minden 23 minutes, Bratchfield 29 minutes, Pine Hill 37 minutes. So again, southeast of Henderson is this thing's gonna move, but it's going northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So this will pass north of Mount Enterprise. Yeah, that's the Laneville area. Sean, I'd be ready to take my safe spot here now in Laneville for the next little bit. All right. That's a little too close for me. So I think it's probably going to pass just south of you, but it won't be by much. So if we're in the Laneville area, let's keep inside that safe space here for the next little bit. Thanks, Shelly. Appreciate you. Kelly probably did. Switch these sources back up. Yeah, see in here we've got still got that strong inbound winds here, west side of Mount Enterprise. This is north of Cushing. It's a much weaker outbound winds there, but could be something in there. Nothing showing up too crazy on the correlation coefficient, though. Heaviest of the rain looks to be letting up there, obviously in Tyler. Starting to kind of arc back towards the east a little bit. Heavy rain, though, Jacksonville area. Troop down to Jacksonville. Yeah, Dean, I think this will stay north of you guys in Shelby County. The storm, that storm in Russ County, yeah, I think that stays north of you. Yeah, we got power still here, Bethany. Haven't lost it. We had it flicker a couple of times, but that is it. Thank goodness. Center, moderate to heavy rainfall in center right now. Latanya, nothing impressive though. No warnings for you guys. It's good to have the rain though. Yeah, I would hang in my safe spot there, Sean, in Laneville for the next 10, 15 minutes. Although this thing didn't look like it was quite as it didn't look like it was quite as impressive. But there's still there could still be something there. along and north of 84, west of Mount Enterprise. If there's going to be something, that's where it's going to be. Moving northeast. You're welcome, Latanya. Jacksonville, nothing severe right now. Just garden variety heavy rain. Not really a ton of lightning. Well, there's a pretty good amount of lightning, I should say, right there near Jacksonville. But it thins out as you go further south as far as the lightning goes. So we got the one tornado warning for that pocket of southeastern Russ County near Mount Enterprise. That's the only tornado warning we have at the time, which is a good trend. So they did sound the sirens at the fire station in Mount Enterprise. Which I don't blame them. Don't blame them a bit. You bet, Jason. Thank you, man. Rain slowing down in Sackle. Thanks, Natalie. Good. No power. Not so good. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this thing here. I don't want to let our guard down. Southeastern Russ County, near Mount Enterprise, north of Mount Enterprise. Northwest Mount Enterprise. You see this thing here. We're starting to see some better wind back in this thing again. And not all this is reaching the ground, most likely, but to see that 100+ mile an hour wind signature in there, northeast, northwest of Mount Enterprise, that's something we want to pay very much respect to that. So we'll put some of these. There's Highway 84 here. Here's 259 running from Mount Enterprise back up towards Henderson. So give you a few bearings there on that. So this is all staying well south of Henderson. So this all continues just to kind of hang out here. Um, just 259.84. Those are kind of our markers, so to speak, along just north of 84, along just west of 259 seems to be where the most intense wind and or potential for a tornado is going to be at. Lisa, what are you seeing there at 1798 and 2496, if you don't mind? You're pretty close to that area where I'm curious about. Yeah, Rosanna, I'm seeing some. I'm seeing what looks like it could have been something there um, near my enterprise. We've got some spotters in that area. Real quiet. Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that. Lisa's at 1798 and 2496. So those of you in southern Rusk County, you know where we're talking about there. So this signature moving a little bit further to the east. It's hard to know what's going on in the dark. That is tough, especially down in this area where you got a lot of trees. Just makes it a really unfortunate place to try to chase. It's not like chasing out in the West Texas or the plains where you got good visibility all the way around, and the storms don't have as much of the rain with them, and it's a lot messier down here. All right, so Weather Service is going to issue a flash flood warning now for Gregg and Smith and Upshur and Wood counties. That's going to go until 2 o'clock. It's been a while since we got a flash flood warning. I'll tell you that. In the middle of a drought. Remember, we talked about how that rain was just kind of lining up and running on an axis. Um, so they're showing between 2 to 3 inches is fallen, additional 1 to 2 inches possible. So that's, like I said, that's not something we've had around these parts in a while. It is midnight. Welcome to Tuesday. We've continued with our tornado warning. That's going to run here, I think, until 12, is it 15? till 12:30 for Rusk County, and they're going to clip a little bit of Panola County in there too. That's right. Watching what looks to be still some strong wind in there, and see, then there we go. So this thing's starting to try to ramp back up again. So that's going north out of Mount Enterprise, northeast out of Mount Enterprise. So that's I think that's 315 along and south of 315. That thing has just come together a lot. Really fast, along and south of 315, I believe that is. And that just happened, at least based off the radar, awfully fast. But there are people who are down in there who've been watching that storm. That lines up, though. It's an awful lot of wind in there. So they have had some structural damage in Mount Enterprise. Just west of 259, which is right along that path of what we were looking at earlier. Yeah. That's an awfully big area. So they've got wrecks and houses damaged down Mount Enterprise on the west side of town. That's what it sounds like. So this, I believe, is our only tornado-warned storm at the time. Yeah. Heaviest of the rain now getting just east of Tyler. Oh boy, there's a lot of rain. Still a lot of heavy rain going on. St. Augustine Center, for the Joaquin, back up to Shreveport. Nothing severe in any of that, though, so that's good. And then more rain, light to moderate rain, Palestine area. Quiet in the Crockett area now. Houston County, there'll be a lot of storm surveys going on the next couple of days. They'll run this thing across southern Houston County, through Alto onto Cushing. This is the same storm that prompted these tornado warnings way back south down towards College Station, and this thing just ran itself all the way up. So it'll be something it's going to be something when the daylight gets here and we can make out what's going on. Again, the flash flood warning for Smith County as well as Upshur County. Rainfall subsided a lot in Tyler, but still something to be aware of. No severe weather to speak of in Tyler. Heavy rainfall down from White House back to Jacksonville and on to just west northwest of Alto. Nothing severe in that, though. So it looks like Weather Service is starting to clear some counties from the tornado watch. They've cleared Camp, Franklin, Morris, Red River, Titus, and Wood. Remember, we talked about here a few minutes ago how it looked like it was quieting down up closer to I-30. So that's good. They've pulled again. They've pulled Camp, Franklin, Morris, Red River, Titus, and Wood counties. Are going to continue the watch, the tornado watch, officially until 3 o'clock for everybody else. That's going to include Tyler, Longview, Center, St. Augustine, Henderson, Nacogdoches, pretty much Angelina County, everybody south, along and south of I-20. They're gonna hold us in there for a while longer. So that's as far as that's concerned. So let's see and get back into 13 miles out of Henderson. Okay, Neva. Let's get back in here on this. This one doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, which I like being able to say. If we have any rotation, it's going to be in this pocket here, north of Mount Enterprise, due west of Carthage. That'd be 79, I believe, so along and just south of 79 coming out of Carthage. There's Carthage. Yeah, that's 79 there. 315 runs southwest out of Carthage. 79 runs due west. So that'd be right there along 315, south of 79. Trying to Trying to show something though in here. That's some broad rotation, but it's still picking up. It's a long. That's a long running one. ARP Overton area, Wendy. I just saw you there. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're fine for now. No tornadic stuff anywhere near you guys. So yeah, you're looking a-okay there. You have some pretty good rainfall intermittently, but overall the lightning production seems to have slowed down somewhat there. Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning for Panola and Rusk counties until 12:30. Storm capable of a tornado near Minden or 15 miles southeast of Henderson, moving northeast at 35. So that is this storm here. So again, 79 going out of Carthage due west, 315 kind of coming southwest out of Carthage. So the rotation, the best of it is going to be right north of 315, along and just north of 315, between 315 and 79, west of Carthage, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So it will pass. It's going to pass west of Carthage, west and northwest of Carthage. But that means, folks, Beckville area between Beckville and Carthage, be mindful of that. So the Weather Service is now going to issue a tornado warning for this same storm. They're just going to continue to walk this thing further northeast. So new warning now for Harrison, Panola, and Rusk counties until 12:45. Storm capable of a tornado near Pine Hill or 11 miles west of Carthage, moving northeast at 45. So this is it's the same song, 8th or 9th or 10th verse. But the upshot of it is that this is going to pass northeast or northwest of Carthage, Beckville area. You're kind of next in line, those folks along 79, rotation between 79 and 315 west of Carthage. So we'll keep the eye on this. And Carthage is officially in the polygon, but it looks like this storm, it would have to make a pretty hard right-hand turn to impact Carthage proper. But they've clipped southern Harrison County in this. Marshall, you're not in the warning per se. Yeah, Laneville, you are clear, Sean. Thanks for watching in Lufkin tonight, Angela. Um, Not much going on in your neck of the woods for the time being. Pretty quiet down Angelina County. You bet, Sean. Just a broad look at the radar just to kind of give you an update on where the rain's at and where it's leaving and where it's entering, and bit of a respite in Tyler right now. Pretty good thunder, though. I saw a lightning flash a while ago and looked out the window, and it's a ways away from us. Took it a while to get here, but thanks, Angela. Yeah, they're gonna be checking a lot of stuff out, Natalie, in the Cushing and Mount Enterprise area tomorrow. Um, I'm seeing reports of some damage, especially west of Mount Enterprise, which would line up with the Cushing, with the Cushing location that you were talking about. That all makes sense. Again, that's the same storm that's prompted the tornado warning for Panola County. Yeah, I bet the barometer is dropping pretty quick, Kyle. It's a good note there. Kyle said barometer dropping quick in Marshall. Not surprising with that storm on the way. But again, that will pass. That will pass south of you guys in Marshall. Lee, I think we'll have rain in the Tyler area off and on here for the next couple of hours. Some breaks in it right now, but I think we're going to be intermittent with the rain here for quite a while. To answer your question. So, Athena, you live in Mount Enterprise, tornado on the other side of 259. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. It was going to pass that way. Just going to continue to kind of do broad looks at the overall area and then try to keep an eye on this thing back west of Carthage. I hate to hear that, Lisa. Hopefully everybody's all right there. So looking at this thing, southwest of Beckville right now. There's Carthage. Again, as I talked about, this thing will pass north and west of Carthage and come right across that Beckville area. A lot of lightning in this thing too, which we haven't talked much about here in a little bit. But yeah, lightning's still pretty prominent in the storm, especially north of Carthage. Looks like south of Carthage, not much going on there. So it seems to be pretty confined to that kind of the northwestern half of Panola County, really, I guess, best way to say it. Moderate rainfall, Longview area right now. Heaviest rainfall just east of you guys over towards Hallsville, back up to Harleton, on to Jefferson and Linden, Atlanta. Sure need the rain. And I don't see much of anything as far as rain after this for quite some time after some shower potential early tomorrow. Going to be a big severe weather outbreak tomorrow to the east of us out over South Mississippi South central Alabama, South Louisiana. Yes, sir. There you are. Got you covered. Oh man, you're cutting out. That's okay. Gotcha. Okay. O- Okay. 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 Oh man. Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. All right. No, man, it's cool. Totally understand. Take care of that. Take care of those folks. Thanks for the update. Okay. I will do it, man. Thanks so much, brother. Okay. Bye bye. Yeah, they are working quite a bit. Working quite a bit of damage. It sounds like down south of Henderson, along 259, and I think west of 259 is what it sounds like from the folks I'm talking to. So that's and right across potentially. I think I see some damage up 1798, which will take it across Menden and uh, that Brackfield area, just near and east of Laneville potentially from earlier. This is past that area now, but is something that they're going to be working for the rest of the night. Um, so keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. And again, this same storm continues to have a tornado warning out for it right now, although it doesn't appear to be as organized as it was an hour or so back. Let's take another look in there. Pretty broad rotation, but from what I can see here, this thing, even though it hasn't presented too well on radar, at times has been pretty consistent in producing tornadic damage, at least if not continuously off and on along its path. Yeah, Weather Service said this storm looks like to them it has lost some of its composure as well, but they just want to play it on the safe side and keep the warning in place for a little bit longer, just to uh, just to try to be on the cautious side of things. Which I mean, who can blame them at this point? Can Winsboro go to bed, Caitlin? Well, let's look over here in Winsboro and see what we got shaking. I think it's probably more rain. Yeah, um, yeah, you guys are looking pretty good right now, Winsboro. Just some moderate rainfall, but I think your severe weather concern is getting east of Winsboro now. It's really I think, gonna be confined mainly to this leading edge out here. This leading edge, which is running into Louisiana now, those storms, and then this trailing more broad line of thunderstorms immediately back behind that. That's going to be where I think the major concern is going to be at for severe weather here for the next little bit. White House, Jessica. Yeah, you guys get some pretty good rain in there in the White House area right now. But I don't even really see a lot of lightning in there at this point. Not to say we can't have some things refire or re-intensify, but for now, uh, things look pretty tame in the White House and Smith County area in general. Thanks, Caitlin. Appreciate you guys. Michael, you're talking about Jonesville. I think you're talking about the spot there near Wascom. I think just east of west of Wascom. I'd hang tight here for a little bit. Let's get this thing past you guys before we give you a full blown all clear. I know you're not technically in the warning, but let's just play it safe here if we can. All right. Yeah, Marshall. I bet Kyle, it is getting pretty loud there. But again, the strongest of this thing is going to pass southeast of you guys. You bet, Michelle. Jacksonville, Bullard, Troop. Lots of thunder and rain, Kim. All right. Yeah, you got some pretty decent rain there, but nothing severe. Let's see here. Looks like the Weather Service is going to start issuing severe thunderstorm warnings on these storms out here, Shreveport, Bossier area. Or I believe they will eventually. Absolutely, Cash. Thank you, man. You bet, Kim. Bet you'll take the rain in Greenwood, Marshall. Good to have it. We're going to need a lot more of that, or it's going to be a hot summer. Yeah, we'll be watching that area down Nacogdoches, Peggy. For right now, everything's pretty quiet, but rainfall looks like it's really starting to try to blossom down through Trinity County. You can just kind of see over the last few scans how those showers are getting going down near Trinity, south of Lovelady, and it'll be interesting to see if we can put some some more widespread rainfall together. I think we probably will. Yeah, that Mississippi Alabama thing tomorrow, Kyle. It's going to be a big show out there. Um, they've that Dixie Alley is it's a hot area for storms, and they're gonna prove that again tomorrow. Yeah, Elizabeth, we're okay in Tyler here for now. We'll see rain off and on here for the next several hours, but it seems like we've worked things over a bit. Weather Service in Fort Worth here just about 2 minutes ago cleared the tornado watch for Anderson, Henderson counties. So that's good. We'd like to see that. Yeah, Kyle, they get quite a bit out there. Most people think of tornadoes as being Oklahoma, West Texas, Kansas, Missouri, but they underestimate all of the stuff that goes on out in the deep south. Rusk Alto area, Haley. Yeah, I mean, for now we're just moderate to heavy rainfall in that area. That's part of that redevelopment zone. It seems to be kind of trying to take over, but I don't see anything severe in it. Don't really see much lightning in it for that matter, but had some pretty decent lightning up near Gallatin here last half hour, but that's about it. Linda wants to know what has been confirmed as far as damage. I'm not sure what all has been confirmed. Honestly, the Weather Service will compile all of their reports, and they'll eventually put a list of damage out later on. Right now, they are in the process of trying to assess anybody who's trapped or injured and can't get out of their house. There's some of that search and rescue stuff going on. I'm told down in southern Rusk County, sounds like they had a pretty sizable bit of damage up near Ore City. So I don't know what all we were going to be dealing with in Smith County. I haven't seen a lot of talk of much severe stuff or much damage in Smith County, but I'm also not able to monitor much of my social media from here either. So it's hard for me to know what all has been confirmed. But there will be a number of surveys that are going to be done over the next couple of days. Like I said, that Crockett, that tornado that was down there near Texas A&M, I believe that's that same storm as the one that's over near Beckville now. So it's a long track storm, a long duration storm. I don't think it had a tornado on the ground the whole time, but it's definitely, it seems like it has dropped a tornado intermittently for quite a stretch of distance there. So that'll be what they'll be working that out here for the next couple of days, and damage will be discovered. A lot of that'll happen in the morning when the sun comes up. If that helps any at all. So Marva, you're hearing of some significant damage down the Crockett area. Yeah, I hate to hear that. That's right up 21. At 21 was the same corridor that the Alto tornado went up back in, was it 2018? I've driven out that way before, and when it were right through the Caddo Mounds and up through Alto, but it ran right up 21. I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that. So you guys out of electricity in Texarkana, Jen? Um, yeah, you got some pretty good lightning up there. I have had some. Hey, thanks, Joel. I appreciate that, brother. That means a lot. Just kind of been walking it through, walking it across. You know how it is. Um, Joel, you seeing much? What are you seeing as far as reports? You've got access to a lot of stuff. Friend Joel Barnes with CBS 19 for several years. So I'd be interested to see if you're noticing anything in some of the spots that you're able to tap into. Um, I haven't really been able to dig much into the social media stuff tonight. Just kind of been watching this stuff here. What happened in Gilmer, Linda? I think I'm not exactly sure if what the findings are going to be on that. It looks like we had a storm that had some some good rotation to it that went through that area earlier. That's the same one that caused what sounds like some pretty decent tornado suspected damage in the Ore City area. So it's hard to know what happened without pictures or people on the ground to relay it until the morning hours. But I think we did have some stuff going on in Gilmer, and that was the same storm that went through Tyler, Winona, Gilmer, Ore City. These longer duration supercells that run over multiple counties. Thanks, Alicia. I appreciate that. Thanks much. That means a lot. Thanks, man. Thanks, Joel. Yeah, so I will trust what Marva, what you were seeing there and heard from those chasers. I knew those guys were in the area, um, and those are that guy you're referring to, Brad. He chases a lot out in the deep south, out in Dixie Alley. So those guys are used to chasing in these types of conditions with the trees and the lack of visibility and the heavy amount of precipitation that's associated with the tornadoes. It's hard chasing out in that part of the country. So if anybody's going to be able to pull it off, the guys coming in out of Dixie Alley will be able to do that better than a lot of the people who maybe are used to chasing out in the plains and things like that. They call chasing around here running in the jungle because it's just so different from what they're used to dealing with up north and out west. Appreciate you, Steve. Thanks, man. Hope it was helpful. All right, so Weather Service just cleared that tornado warning out. That is really good. That's great. Pine curtain chasing. Yes, Kyle. Yeah. Agree, Joel. So we've got more rain developing, but what we don't have is a lot of severe stuff developing, at least for the moment. Okay, Marva, that's good to know. So, like I said, I like seeing the rainfall, and I like seeing the lack of severe weather from all that. We're warning free, actually, besides the flash flood warning for Smith and Upshur County and that little strip of western Gregg County. We're free of warning, so that's saying something in itself. So good news there. Rainfall seems to be, diminishing quite a bit as you get further to the west. Let's pull over into their neck of the woods, though, on their radar and see how that presents itself. Yeah, still same thing. Seems to be letting up quite a bit back to the south and southwest. There's still quite a bit of rain in that direction. And it looks like they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and Marion and Harrison and Panola counties until, what is that, 1:30? Yeah. Okay. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 3/4 inch hail. So the 3/4 inch hail doesn't meet severe criteria, but that's about the size of a penny. But the 60-mile-an-hour winds do make that. And so that is what makes them issue the warning. So that's eastern Marion, southeastern Cass, eastern Harrison, central Panola. So that's a far eastern end of East Texas right there. You're not going to get much more. You don't have much more real estate for you in Louisiana with that. But you can see that thing bowing a little bit there. It looked better on the Fort Worth radar than it does on the Shreveport from the bow, but so we'll get in here and some pretty good wind now east of Marshall, just on the west side of Carthage, and then running back up to just east of Jefferson, west side of Vivian. And that stuff just kind of rolling east, northeast. High winds. Okay. Good to know, Kyle. Not surprised with the way that's moving in there like that. Strongest winds look like they're right on top of Marshall, maybe just north side of Marshall. Getting here on that, we're getting pretty close to the radar site, so the beam's a lot lower in the air than it will be back to the west. But 50 mile-an-hour winds, not out of the question at all there. They issue the warning if they think they got 60 to come out of it, but so 55 to 60, 65 mile an hour potentially. Winds from west to east on Marshall. Yeah. So they're doing some assessments and potentially helping some folks out there between Carthage and Henderson, some damage in that area, which is right along that path that we talked about, west of Carthage. That's going to be, unfortunately, that all lines up. So we got we do have some several mobile homes destroyed down near the between Cooper and Crockett. They're saying down in Houston County. Man, I hate to hear that. Mobile homes it's a tough spot to be in a situation like this. All right, so the Weather Service is going to go ahead with a new tornado warning for, I'm betting, this right here, um, south of I-20, south of Marshall, southwest of Wascom. Storm capable of producing a tornado near Elysian Fields or 11 miles southeast of Marshall, moving northeast at 45. So yeah, that's this guy right here. Yeah, right there in that little notch, right in here. You'll see them in these little bitty notches along the line. They can spin up fast. Yep, there it goes. So it's not going to be in Harrison County for very long, and it's going to probably pass just west of Wascom. If I'm in Wascom, I want to. Yeah, if I'm in Wascom, I want to be ready to hit my safe spot here pretty quick. That's going to be a closer call there for Wascom. So that'll be extreme eastern Harrison County. Yeah, Kyle's has got a pretty big wind shift in the east of Marshall, northwest to southeast. Yeah, so there's a lot of inflow there with that. So our folks with this extreme eastern part of East Texas area, you're not going to be able to get much further east and before you hop over the line. But yeah, look at that. Look at that latest scan right there. Yeah, that's some strong wind in there. Yeah, that's right. That's right where it needs to be. It's not much showing up there for the moment. So we're due south of Scottsville. This is I-20 right here. So you've got a lot of rural stuff down here where this thing is sitting at, southwest of Wascom. So if you can find, if you are in this area, hopefully we've given you enough landmarks here. Marshall, so that's 59. We're sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. So we're east of 59, northeast of Carthage. That'll be it's going to not be far from Elysian Fields. Crossroads. Starting to wrap up nicely there. You can see that on the reflectivity. Lines up right well with that velocity couplet there. I think we're best just to leave it right there. Let's get over to Omega real fast. All right. Now we can put some numbers on here. So yeah, here's farm to market 31. So here's farm to market 31. Runs from Elysian Fields back up towards I-20. So this is west of 31, just northwest of Elysian Fields. All right, give you some landmarks. So here's Crossroads. So between Crossroads and Elysian Fields, this will cross right there on right across 31, FM 31. Yeah, Marv, I saw that. I think I talked to the guy that sent that report in here a few minutes ago. So here's our only tornado warning that we have left. This one is wrapped up quickly in just the last 10 to 20 minutes, in 10 to 15 minutes. Weather Service will keep the warning out officially until 1:15 for southeastern Harrison County. Yeah, I bet power is out there. Couplet looks. It is right there, textbook. Right there. So if I'm in Wascom, we need to be ready for this thing. Okay, Kyle, good to know that. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, Wascom needs to take shelter now. We need to be buttoning down. If you've got people in the Wascom area who possibly have hit the sack, I would let them know that this is on the way. All right, we need to be sure those people are in the loop on this. So this tornado warning till 1:15 for eastern Harrison County. This is the Texas-Louisiana line right here. So we don't have too much longer on this thing, but we got an awful lot of disconcerting radar data there. So this is the only show in town right now. Let's just pull back out and make a quick look again. Rainfall's trying to get itself going again in Tyler. Saw a couple of lightning flashes here a while ago. And like I said earlier, bring the rain on. We need it. Pretty good looking storm down there near Crockett again. No warnings on that. Flash flood warning continues for Smith, Upshur, um, southeastern Wood County, extreme southeastern Wood County. So that flash flood warning goes until 2 o'clock. So that's another hour roughly. There's a tornado warning. That thing's still presenting very well. So again, folks in the Wascom area, extreme southeastern Harrison County, we need to be in our safe spot right now. Moving northeast, and what was that? Let's see here. Northeast at 45. So we'll go 45 on that. I need to clear that and take it a little. So we're about 7 minutes away from Jonesville. About 10 minutes, I'd say a little less than 10 minutes from Wascom. Latex around just under 20 minutes in Longwood. Just under 20 minutes for you guys from that. All right, this is just kind of a quick and dirty storm track on that. A little more east of northeast, but I want to include Wascom in there just because I think that population center needs to be covered in this. The way these things have a tendency to kind of shift to the right a little bit. If anybody is with us southwest of Wascom, I would love to know what you're seeing right now. This big donut hole right here is the Shreveport radar at the Shreveport Weather Service office at the airport. They're kind of on the west side of the airport, so that's why you're seeing that. It's good to have this as close to the radar as we have it, just because that helps to give you assurances on what it is you're seeing, being that close to it. So Weather Service saying this storm is located over Wascom right now. They just issued a new statement moving northeast at 45. So they've got it over Wascom. I think it's a little southwest of there, but yeah, it's really close. Yeah, it is. 105 on this, 103 on that. So yeah, got to be in our safe spot in Wascom. Three, 105. Yeah, it is impressive, Kyle. So several minute delay on between the velocity and the reflectivity. Velocity doesn't look as impressive as it did, but all right. So let's see here. We are at 110. Still watching this thing just right there near Wascom. Latest scan I've got here is about 4 minutes old, 4 to 6 minutes old, depending on which side of the screen you're looking at. Right there near Wascom will be passing. Once it passes Wascom, it passes pretty much out of Texas. Here's a new scan there. Yeah, Weather Service has not had anything confirmed yet on this one, which is good. Lightning's trying to pick back up here in Tyler. So the Weather Service is going to let this expire at 15 after rotation, as we were talking about. Look, it's been looking weaker and weaker. So that's good. So officially, we got 2 more minutes on the warning. It's 1:13 right now. I lost track, Rosanna. I can't remember. Just hanging out with friends. Yeah, that stuff is just about gone. It looks more ragged on the reflectivity side, on the left-hand side. And you see on the right-hand side the velocity, those impressive bright colors, contrasting colors have, for the most part, kind of dissipated. That's what we want to see. Some pretty heavy rain getting back into Tyler, Smith County. Nothing severe. That's some very beneficial rainfall. Back to Jacksonville. Heavy rain, Jacksonville. About to get into Rusk. Yeah, we'll take it. So this warning for Harrison County should be clearing off the screen here in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that, Rosanna. We'll see when they pull that polygon off. There it goes. So we're warning free at 1:15. That's a good thing right there. So Weather Service got they got a discussion going on here. Okay, severe threat continues. Okay. So the severe threat really kind of is going to be more confined to this easternmost part of East Texas, and really, I think what's along this leading edge of this cluster from near Carthage back up to just west of Shreveport and on up to northeastern Marion County, and then anything that can get going out here ahead of that. See how this line is kind of gets a little wavy. Anytime you see these waves, you want to kind of keep an eye out for little spin ups along those. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's just kind of an area you want to keep an eye on. Thankfully, nothing doing for now in that, so that's good. So, I think for now, we are going to step back here for a bit and get something to eat and keep tabs on the situation. More from a background perspective. If warnings come back out, we need to hop in on those. We can do that. But otherwise, we'll step off here for now and rest the voice for a little bit. Thanks for being a part of this tonight. If I'm glad you're part of the page. Hopefully, it's helpful to you. It's kind of a labor of love for me, I guess, is the best way to put it. We have been doing this here for a while, and it's fun to be able to kind of hop on and just talk weather and not have to worry about coming in and navigating some of the things that we have to do used to have to do on the television side of things. It was fun to be involved with that, but it's also fun to be able to have a little more leisurely approach on it here. So I guess I can appreciate both sides of that fence. But follow us on the social media channels there. We'll try to get some rest and try to have a 7-day for you in the morning. But it looks like it's going to be a lot quieter rest of the week for us here. Our neighbors off to the east, going to be quite a show out in Alabama, Mississippi, eastern Louisiana tomorrow. So keep those folks in your prayers. If you're traveling that direction tomorrow, just be aware there's going to be a lot of stuff to dodge tomorrow. Thanks, Marva. Appreciate you. Glad you were here. Kim, thank you as well. Marshall, appreciate that as well. Yeah, Jake, no problem. No problem at all. Thanks, Haley. You guys enjoy the rest of your night, and we will be back as we need to here later on tonight, but hopefully we'll all get ourselves some rest, enjoy some good rain, and we will talk again here in the morning on our traditional 7-day update here about 7 o'clock. Thanks.